tough fucking kid last time I fought him. So whatever it is, what it is. We'll see who wins. You know what I mean?
The idea of it being a war, is that kind of I think all fighters don't mind, obviously, getting in there and fighting fire with fire, but does it give you a little extra spice knowing, like, okay, there's unlikely I'm going there and escaping unscathed, like I'm going to go in there and I have to trade blows there?
I never expect to go into a fight and come out unscathed, you know what I mean? It's always like fucking ribs out. Next thing you know, you're all cut and you got shit everywhere from the fucking mat, you know what I mean? Those mat burns burn like a motherfucker. That's the worst thing, I think, is after the fight is the shower after the mat burn. The bruises and shit, they all wear off.
Yeah. Thanks, man. Good luck.
Thank you.
Fluffy back here. Obviously a big month for the middleweights championship and a lot of contender fights. Just who's impressed you the most, who's already competed this month?
Bro, I don't even watch fighting, couldn't tell you.
What's the biggest advantage to having a wife as, you know, like your manager and running the business side of things with you?
Man, it's clutch as hell because I don't got to do it, you know what I mean? And I don't even know how to use a computer, I'm not going to lie. Like, if you try to, what is it called, Gmail me and shit, I probably won't reply back because that's not my style, my guy. But I don't really watch a lot of TV, kind of just kick it and, you know what I mean, fight people.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. What up?
How's it going, Fluffy? How you doing?
Good, how are you?
As far as camp and who you got to work with, we bring him up all the time, but Shaler Ladd, just how much of an asset has he been in this camp preparing for this fight? Because I know he's an up-and-comer that a lot of people don't know about yet.
Man, I fucking love that kid. He's a fucking stud, and like he works with us very close. He listens, and fuck, the guy knows how to beat me. I tell him how to beat me all the time, and that's the only way I'm gonna get better if he understands how to beat me. So if I have a bad day, he makes me fucking feel it. So it's great to have the fucker because he won't let it go easy. You know what I mean? Sometimes you got to bring a young dog in to make the old dog want to fight a little harder, you know what I mean?
Keeps you on your toes?
For sure, for sure.
That's good. A lot of people reference the first fight you guys had in LFA. That was a huge fight back in the day if people haven't seen it. One of the things I don't know if people know, you weren't 100% going into that fight. You were telling me that you didn't really train that much, and obviously both you and Brendan are different, but maybe just kind of pull back the curtain a bit. Like, what were you dealing with going into that fight?
I feel like my ribs were out, and then I had like separated ribs, and then I had like a hand injury where my hand I couldn't hit at all, so I couldn't hit mitts, and it was just like jogging and talking about jiu-jitsu position that entire camp. But I was like, fuck it, I'll get through it. You know what I mean? I was 5-0, and I was like, no one's gonna stop me. And you know, I was tired as shit that fight. I didn't know how to wrestle. My ground sucked. It was a lot better, but I was more of a scrambler. Now I actually understand what the fuck I'm doing, so I'm looking forward to it.
How much different are both of you since the first fight, kind of looking back now, just with, you know, what he's done, what you've done, and again, like you said, the first fight was, you know, so long ago that you guys have certainly evolved since then. Yeah,
it's definitely going to be a new fight, but a lot of the same tendencies we both have, you know what I mean? I plan on capitalizing them, and at the end of the day, I mentally broke him when I was already fucking exhausted, so I'm in great shape. And I'm ready to fucking go to war and stay in a motherfucker's face and drown him, so.
And just last one from me. Brendan had a post on Instagram, pretty respectful. Like he's like, look, you know, I got to fight him, but it's a guy that I have a lot of respect for. Is it? I know you kind of treat every opponent the same, but is it a bit tougher when you're fighting a guy where it seems like there's no bad blood? You guys are kind of both pretty friendly ahead of this one.
Look, I have the most respect for the guy, but me and my cousins grew up trying to kill each other, so I really don't give a fuck. I'll fight anybody.
Fluffy, since this run that you've been on, like, have you felt the outpour of like support and love from the fans?
Dude, I've gotten so much more love and shit now, and it's fucking beautiful to see. I'm like, dude, this is cool. I'm not getting messages saying that I hope you fucking die, you're a piece of shit. You know what I mean? Like, this is kind of cool. I like it. But no, it's been great. I absolutely love the support, and just thank you everyone for finally believing in me.
Yeah, with that, I mean, a lot of fans believe like you're the dark horse of this division, and like you're the guy that might be able to beat the crazy DDP right now. So do you feel like if you go out there and beat Brendan, there's a chance that they might call you, or are you just kind of like looking at this fight and be like, whatever happens afterwards?
I'm just looking at this fight for sure, because this is the biggest fight that matters. You know what I mean? It's finish this guy, get my hand raised, make a statement, and then the UFC has a plan. You know what I mean? They always got a fucking plan. You've seen guys that weren't even ranked get title shots. So I figure if the timing matches up, then they give me that shot, I'll be fucking ready, no matter what. You know what I mean? I like the fight with DDP. I was supposed to have that fight already, and I was like, dope. I said yes on like with 2 weeks' notice or some shit. I believe I have the skills to beat the guy. It's crazy because I tell everyone, it looks like he's gassed, but the motherfucker keeps coming forward, you know what I mean? And he's awkward, so that throws people off. But I definitely would like that fight. But for right now, it's just Brandon Allen, you know what I mean? It's on my mind.
Have you thought about a fight with Hamzat? And I think like that's everybody's fantasy kind of matchup is like his wrestling versus your wrestling. And
Yeah,
obviously your gas tank is better than his gas tank, right? Yeah. So it's like.
Honestly, I don't give a fuck. I'll fight anybody. I would fight him too. I would fight like anyone who's in my fucking weight class in my way. I will fight. Like I'm not afraid to fight nobody. Dana knows my number. If they call me, I'll say yes as long as I'm not hurt. Yeah.
Good luck, dude.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Hey, Anthony.
Hello.
So a lot of wrestlers in the UFC kind of get a bad rap from the fans, but your style is pretty much universally like respected. What is it about your grappling that you think gets the fans excited, gets them to watch?
Well, I don't hug. I try to hurt people. I'm trying to break ribs. I'm trying to cut faces. I'm nasty. I slam you on your head. I'm trying to hurt you. So I think that's what separates me. I'm not in here to do no gay shit. You know what I mean?
So considering Brendan is a good wrestler, good grappler as well, do you think that's going to cancel out maybe a fight on the feet, or do you think that the exchanges are going to be some nice jiu-jitsu, some nice wrestling stuff?
I expect it's going to be crazy like last time where it fucking goes everywhere. But, I mean, who knows? We could just end up standing there in kickboxing. But either way it fucking goes, I've prepared, and, like, I'm more than prepared for every fucking thing.
And last one for me, how have you been like in Seattle?
It's cool. I haven't seen anything. I got in super late last night. I'm planning on going and seeing some people throw fish or some shit. That's what I keep hearing about. And then going from there, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. Have a good one.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Testing mic, testing mic. Go Birds. The Philadelphia Eagles are Super Bowl champions. Testing the mic. Go Birds.
Okay, let me know when you guys are good. Hey, Gene, over here. Or Jean. Tell me how this fight all came together. You were supposed to fight at UFC 313. They moved you to this card. Take me through the process of getting this fight.
Bom dia, seja bem-vindo. Fala pra gente do processo de organizar essa luta. Você estava marcado para lutar no 313, de repente acontece essa. Como é que foi o processo que levou você a estar aqui agora?
Então, a gente estava numa preparação aí de umas 8 semanas pro UFC 313 e na última quinta-feira meu treinador e meus empresários receberam a ligação com a oportunidade de estar substituindo o Dominique Cruz, que é uma lenda aí, é um cara que eu sou muito fã, e de bate-pronto a gente já aceitou, porque a gente sabe que é uma oportunidade única e que pode adiantar uns 3 anos da minha vida aí. Então, foi uma oportunidade que eu não podia deixar escapar e estou pronto para dar um show sábado à noite.
Yes, I've been working for about 8 weeks towards camp for 313. And then last Thursday, my manager, my coach got a call saying, listen, we have this opportunity for you to sub in and replace. Dominic Cruz was a legend and somebody who's I'm a big fan of, and a great opportunity that you can't let that go past you, because this could fast track my career in like 3 years. So this is an opportunity of a lifetime that we couldn't pass up, and this is how we ended up here.
How much do you embrace the challenge of Rob? He's only been finished one time in the UFC. You're known for finishing your fights. How much are you looking forward to that challenge of potentially being able to finish him?
E quanto que você abraça a causa desse desafio, que é pegar um Rob Font que foi finalizar uma vez na vida do UFC, e você é um cara que está acostumado a terminar com tudo o mais cedo possível. Como é pegar um cara como ele que é brabo e não está acostumado a passar por aquilo que você faz com os seus oponentes?
Bom, o Rob Fontes é um cara muito experiente, um cara que eu acompanhei muitas lutas, total respeito aí, mas eu sei da minha capacidade, eu treino desde os meus 10 anos para fazer isso, para estar entre os melhores, então acho que é uma oportunidade muito boa para mim. Quero ser um dos melhores, então tenho que lutar com os melhores, e eu tenho jogo em pé para ele, tenho jogo de chão, e se ele foi finalizado uma vez, quem sabe não pode ser a segunda agora.
Rob Font, very experienced. I understand that he's a guy that brings a lot to the table. I've watched all his fights. I understand that, but I've been training since I was 10 years old to actually put that on, and I believe that I can stand with him. We can definitely go on the ground with him, and is an opportunity that I do embrace and a challenge. And I'll say, if he's been finished once, maybe it's an opportunity for him to finish twice.
And just last one from me. What type of adjustments did you make going from Chris Gutierrez to Rob Font in your training camp?
E qual que é o ajuste de sair de um Chris Gutierrez para um Rob Font, em termos de camp e preparação?
Bom, a gente decidiu não mudar muito a estratégia. Claro que são dois estilos, mesmo sendo strike é diferente. O Gutierrez é um cara que andava mais para trás, jogava mais chutes ali. Rob Fontes é um cara que vai andar mais para frente, vai querer botar as mãos, que é o que ele gosta de fazer. Mas a gente decidiu não mudar muito, porque eu tenho um estilo bem agressivo em pé também. Acho que eu tenho muitas armas para ele em pé. Então, tenho certeza que vai ser um lutão, porque eu também não vou recuar e estou pronto para qualquer coisa.
We decided not to change up on the strategy. I mean, I know there are two different fighting styles and different fighters. You talk about Chris Gutierrez, somebody that walks backwards a little bit and then he puts in some kicks on the way out. Now Rob Font is a guy that pushes forward, pressures all the time. I embrace that. Like I think my fighting style is actually to be aggressive and to push forward as well. So there's nothing much of a change, and I'm going to continue my fighting style, and I'm just going to go toe to toe with him.
John over here. If I'm not mistaken, this is your first fight with the UFC that's going to be in a big arena. Can you talk about how big this moment is for you personally in your career?
Se eu não me engano, essa vai ser a sua primeira luta do UFC numa arena, com galera, com torcida. Como é que é isso pra você?
Pô, eu tava ansioso para esse momento. Ia lutar o card 313, então já tava me preparando para isso. Agora mudaram para cá, mas ainda continuo muito ansioso, porque eu acho que eu luto melhor com torcida, seja a favor ou seja contra.
I'm very anxious about this. I was actually already anticipating it. We were ready to fight in 313, and now this opportunity comes in, and I really want to do that. And I think I do fight better with a crowd. So regardless whether it's in favor or against me, I fight better with a crowd.
Thank you.
Check, check, check. Oh yeah, I can see it clipping a little bit. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Check, check, check. Hey, hey. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, hey. 1, 2, 3, 3, 3. 3, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. Check, check, check. Hey, hey. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. Yeah, for sure.
Julius, long time no talk.
Yeah, right.
You're here now. You've made it. It's fight week. You're in the UFC now. Have you been able to soak any of this in, or are you still just thinking about the task at hand on Saturday?
Yeah, man, it's been really cool. I'm definitely not too proud to admit the fact that I'm seeing a lot of these guys, and I'm almost fanboying out a little bit. You know, like seeing some of these names that I've been watching since I was, in high school. And it's definitely a really cool experience. But at the end of the day, if I don't get the victory here, then that's the big goal here, and I need to get this started off on the right foot.
Who have you fanboyed out the most to so far?
That would be that's a good question. I went for a run last night, and I went down to the workout room to hop on the exercise bike to keep my sweat going for a little bit, and Henry Cejudo was in there, and I was like, oh man, and he was wrestling a little bit. So to see an Olympic gold medalist wrestling in person, that's worth the price of admission.
Did you say hi, or you just watched from a distance?
Oh, I just watched him. He was working out pretty hard, and we're all cutting weight right now, so I didn't want to bother him. But I'm definitely not too proud to ask these guys for pictures. I plan on asking some of these guys for pictures and autographs, because maybe the shoe will be on the other foot one day.
And how are you feeling? Obviously, you got the fight. Everything's booked. You've had like a bit of a camp sort of leading into this. Just where's the confidence level at? Just knowing you have a really good opportunity here to take out a veteran.
Yeah, I'm super confident, to be honest with you, man. I think there's probably a decent amount of people thinking, I don't have enough experience, and I'm sure people are going back and watching my old fights. But the thing with a guy that's as early in the sport as I am is if you go back and watch my old fights, you're not going to get the whole story. I'm still rapidly improving. I've only been training for about 5.5 years. So each fight, each time I come out, I'm a new fighter, and I'm really confident that I'm going to show that here on Saturday.
I'm sure you're used to being sort of the favorite in a lot of your fights. In this case, you're the underdog. Have you looked at the odds going into this fight, or are you just, not even worrying about that?
Man, my buddies have been telling me, trust me, I couldn't, the odds have been being told to me by everybody. I heard as soon as they got announced, one of my buddies is like, oh, you opened at, I think plus 210 or something like that. And honestly, to be completely real with you, with the fact that, I've been a pro for less than 2 years, and I've got 6 fights, and I'm fighting the number 15 ranked guy in the world, and I think I'm like plus 170 or something. I thought they were going to have me at like plus, 300 or 400 or something wide like that. But I guess in the light heavyweight division, it's probably pretty tough to put anybody any more than like, minus 200.
Just last one for me. Alonzo's coming off a couple fights ago, really good win over Dustin Jacoby, but since then it's been a bit of a skid for him. How do you sort of prepare for which version we're going to get here? Or do you think there's a particular reason he hasn't been successful in his last couple fights?
Yeah, well, to be fair to Alonzo, he's been fighting, two of the top 10 guys in the world for his last couple fights. There's an argument that Oldberg is probably real close to a title shot, and Mirzakhanov undefeated. He's probably another guy that's maybe 2-3 fights if he wins from a title shot. So he has been fighting some of the stiffest competition in the world. But for me, I think the only right approach for me is I've got to prepare for the absolute best version of Alonzo that we're going to get, and that's an explosive, powerful athlete with knockout power from the beginning of the bell all the way to the last of the 15 minutes. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Julius? So making your UFC debut and you're on the main card, like how does that make you feel,
Dude, it's pretty hype. I saw that and I was pretty surprised. I thought I'd be like a curtain jerker or something, but they've got me on the main card. Probably got to thank my opponent for being ranked that got me on the main card. Probably wasn't me that put us on there, but hey, I'm on the main card, baby. Let's go.
For anybody that has not watched you fight, how do you describe your chaotic style?
I would say that it's, especially for somebody in my weight division, it's real high-paced. I'm a little bit taller and leaner than a lot of light heavyweights, so I think I've got a little bit more gas in the tank than a lot of these guys. And I like to push the pace. I do like to mix it up. I like to mix the martial arts. I'm not a pure striker, not a pure grappler. I think I've got some pretty good grappling, and maybe I'll show some of that on Saturday.
Where did Juice Box come from?
So I played basketball in college at Drury University, and my coach was a guy named Steve Hesser, Hall of Fame coach, one of the greatest basketball minds that you'll ever meet. And he started calling me Juice whenever I was a freshman. And if you're wondering, yeah, it's because he said I looked like a young OJ. Back then, I couldn't grow no facial hair. I was 18 years old, baby-faced, and I had a little baby fro. And he said, man, you look like a young OJ. So he started calling me Juice. And then my teammates added on like juice box, juice barrel, juice bucket, juice gallon, and I picked juice box when I went into the fighting world because I felt like, you know, it's one of those things. It's pretty brandable. You know, I could see my face on like a little juice box, you know, that the kids can have, or you know, you could throw a little juice box on a T-shirt. Shoot, I've got T-shirts if if you guys want to order them.
So it's safe to say you're going to be a killer like Juice?
Man, you know, I would like to say figuratively yes, literally no. You know, for my wife watching at home, you should be good. I don't plan on doing none of that crazy stuff. The glove won't fit.
And then last for me, yeah, like so you say like you're relatively like new to MMA compared to a lot of, you know, these guys in the UFC. So like, did you expect to be here with 6 fights, or like, is it just kind of like right time, right place? Let's go.
Yeah. So if I'm being honest, you know, I had a fight booked. I was supposed to fight next week in Kansas City. It was one of those fights that was really just keeping me active. It was getting harder and harder to find opponents on the regional scene. And kind of what I expected for 2025 was me to probably have 1 or 2 fights in the first half of the year. And then I thought just with, you know, the level of experience I have, kind of where I'm at, I'd probably go on Contender Series in the fall. Hopefully everything goes well there and I make my UFC debut by the end of 2025. If you look at some of the stuff I have on my social media, as I've been saying, I set the goal to make it into the UFC in 2025. And I will say I definitely didn't expect it to be in February, didn't expect it to be this early, but you know, when my manager, Jason House, messaged me on Wednesday afternoon this past week and he said, can you make 205 next weekend? There was no way I was going to say no.
Good luck.
Appreciate you, man.
Julius over here. Just one. What's your message to anyone who would like to challenge you for your title of best basketball player in MMA?
Good luck, man. These I've seen these guys, you know, move around. I've seen a couple videos of some MMA fighters trying to play basketball. I think the only competition that I would have on the entire roster, I don't know how good Cyril Gane actually is at basketball, but I saw a video of him dunking it and he looks pretty athletic. I don't know if he's got any actual skill though. But the rest of them, any of the guys that are like heavyweights are going to be too slow. They won't be able to guard me. And then any of the guys below that I'm just going to score on because they're going to be too short. So I'm not going to lie. If we ran a ones tournament with the UFC guys, I don't even think I would have that much competition.
Besides yourself, what other 4 guys would you pick for a starting 5?
Ooh, here we go. You know, I'm going to throw Gane in there because dude, that dude's just an athlete, pretty big. I'm gonna throw Mays, Dontel Mays. He played basketball in college, I'm pretty sure, and he's a pretty big dude. I've met him once. I think he's like 6'6", 6'7". Let's see. Then I'll throw in. You know, I got no idea if he knows what he's doing, but I'll throw in what's this guy's name? Teixeira, this big new tall guy, Taliesin Teixeira. Because, you know, now at this point we got some size. I can play guard. I'm fine playing guard. You know, we'll put Cyril at the 3. We'll run Dontel at the 4, Teixeira at the 5. And then the last thing we need is a point guard. And to be brutally honest, I got no clue if any of these guys can even dribble a basketball. So the point guard position is a little bit of a problem. But you know what? I'm gonna pull this one out of left field because, you know, I'm a guy that I think. And we're gonna go with. You know what? I'm just going to pull in Islam. He's going to be there to play defense and get rebounds. He's going to get rebounds. He's going to lock everybody up. I'll play point guard and any other professional sports league other than the NBA, of course, and probably the NFL and probably the MLB and probably a few others we could beat.
You think Islam will be, you think they won't call him for traveling?
Islam won't get to have the ball on offense. He's only going to get to play defense and get rebounds. If he gets a rebound, he's under strict instruction to pass it immediately because I've seen the Dagestani basketball, and we can't have none of that.
Let's go. Book it.
Yeah, right here, brother. I think Phil Rowe and Danny Barlow might probably take you up on the one-on-ones when they see that. I know Danny can hoop a bit.
I'll cook them both. Those guys are way too small. You know what I mean? Because here's the thing. I'm even if I'm out of camp, I'm going to be about 230 pounds. They're not stopping me from getting to the basket. There's no way.
I love that. And what did you think of the All-Star game? Because I know it's been getting a lot of heat. People didn't like the format.
It's too much. They're doing too much gimmick stuff. They need to just really the two things I think could potentially be interesting is USA versus World, and just go back to East versus West. Stop all of the extra crap. And then honestly, I think what they should really do is probably have it not in the middle of the season. The NBA players already hardly try in the regular season, so if you think they're going to try in an exhibition game in the middle of the regular season, like, it's not happening.
That's fair enough. And are you aware that your Tapology, your foundation style, says ninja shit?
Yeah, I am. So the story behind that, whenever I first started fighting, I found out pretty quickly you can claim your Tapology and you can like edit it and everything. And I thought that was pretty cool, especially because I was like an amateur with like 2 or 3 fights. And I was like, oh man, I'm going to edit my Tapology. And growing up, I was always a Diaz brothers fan, Nick and Nate Diaz. And if you remember, there was an interview back in the day where it was Nate before he fought Connor, and they asked him what his plan was. And he's like, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to hit and not get hit and go do some ninja shit, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, that's funny. So going into my 5th amateur fight, I wrote down on the paper, like, you know, the little paper they have you fill out with like your little stuff for the announcer. I actually put like I was a ninja shit style fighter. And if you go look that up on YouTube, it's Julius Walker versus Terry Copeland. The dude actually announces me as a ninja shit style fighter. And once that happened, I was like, I'm going to put that on my Tapology. And it's funny because like nobody said anything about it to me for the last, 3 years. But now like I've seen people on Twitter and stuff putting like, oh man, Julius Walker's bringing ninja shit into the cage. I'm like, shit, yeah, sure.
So could we hear it this weekend? Are you gonna?
Well, so I've heard. I don't know who's announcing. Is Bruce Buffer announcing, or is it what, Joe Martinez, or who is it?
I'm not sure.
Well, I know that if you remember with the Jim Miller thing, Bruce Buffer wouldn't say Jim effing Miller. So out of respect for the legend, I'm not going to ask him to say any bad words. But you guys know, the real ones know that I am a ninja shit style fighter. Appreciate you guys.
Hello, good morning, everybody.
Ibo, talk to us about the emotions heading into this fight week. I mean, you're wearing the gloves, you're clearly ready to go, but how are you feeling and how was camp?
My camp was amazing. I feel great. I am ready to go. Can't wait for Saturday night.
What are you expecting from your opponent this Saturday? What do you think his strengths are and where do you match up well against him?
He's a good fighter. He has a lot of fights in UFC. But to be honest, I don't care, you know. I am more hungry than him and I believe in my skills. I am everywhere better than him.
Do you think he's going to come out particularly aggressive? He's known for this like big aggressive style. Do you think he's going to do that with you or are you going to be able to push that back and stop him?
We are ready for everything, you know, we have our game plan. When he come aggressive, I am ready. When he will go back, I am ready. When he wanna shoot, I am ready. I'm ready for everything.
Best of luck.
Are you expecting him to scream in your face at weigh-ins?
If he scream, he get my Ottoman slap.
You've been in the UFC officially as fighter for over a year now. What's been some of your favorite parts of being a UFC fighter?
I am very happy to be UFC fighter, and I wanna stay here. Still, I get champion and retire from UFC. I don't wanna fight any organizations. I love UFC.
Is there anything you're planning to see around Seattle this week or after the fight before you go home?
Ne dedi? Anlamadım. I like Seattle. We walked yesterday. It's small city. And let's see, I am focused on the fight and after fight. What's the name, the big tower? Lidl? Space Needle. Huh? Space Needle. Maybe Space Needle I will go up and watch the Seattle from the top.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. That's it, guys.
Merhaba.
Merhaba.
Nasılsın?
İyiyim, sen?
İyiyim. Now in English, because
Okay, let's
no in
go.
Turkish. Actually, tamam. Teşekkür ederim. So, I'm asking not about your current fight, but about next pay-per-view. Who do you consider as the most dangerous opponent, Alex Pereira or Magomed Ankalaev? And who of them do you want to fight? Not for the title, but just a fight.
From dangerous, you know, from the stand-up, for me, Pereira is more dangerous. But for MMA fighter, to mix it up, Ankalaev is more dangerous. Ankalaev is my friend, we are brothers. Of course, I wanna fight Pereira.
So, and if Ankalaev will be a champion in the March, and he will be a champion for the long time, would you fight him? Or because, for example, lots of Dagestanians don't fight their friends.
Yeah, we have the same manager, Ali Abdulaziz. We can talk each other. He can maybe move up to heavyweight because I wanna also have the gold belt on my bel ne demek? Waist. 1 time or 2 times or 10 times, I don't know, but I want this. I will bring the belt to the UFC, to the Turkey.
Teşekkür ederim.
This is my dream. You're welcome. Thank you so much, guys.
ready? All right, sure. It's great to see you here. Just tell me a bit about getting this opportunity. Obviously, there's a lot of hype behind your opponent. What do you think of getting to steal some of that thunder?
Hello, everyone. I'm really happy and great to be back because long-awaited return. I always don't care if there is a really good hype about someone. I always do my thing. Before UFC, now UFC. So it doesn't matter who is my opponent. So I always do the same. So that's great if there is a good hype about my opponent. So it's gonna be great. Everything will turn out to me.
He has a lot of passionate fans as well too. Have you been seeing that on social media? Like his fans, I don't know, have they been messaging you or anything like that? Have you seen that on social media?
Whose fans? Mine or?
No, Silva's fans.
No, I'm not. I don't have time, brother. I do a lot of things, a lot of business, this and that. I'm not just an Instagram guy to see who is what they. Internet is always undefeated.
Good point.
Tongue doesn't have bone. You can talk whatever you want. If someone wanna say something, they should see me and face to face. That time, tell me what you want.
I agree. You should use a real name too, but that's a different story. So in terms of fighting him, what have you made of his run in the UFC so far? I don't know if you watch tape on your opponents, but what have you made of his accomplishments in the UFC so far?
Brother, it's kind of funny and not smart, but I never watch any of my opponents. Never ever in my life. I'm fighting 27 years since amateur kickboxing, pro kickboxing, boxing with Golden Boy, K1, now UFC. I never watch. So I'm not, that's not a thing, oh, I'm a big guy, I'm not. No, that's not smart. You gotta watch. But, I don't care. My type is whatever, Anyway, I'm gonna do my thing. I don't care what you're gonna do. I'm gonna do my thing.
What type of camp did you have? Who did you get to work with leading into this fight as far as training partners?
This fight, I did a lot of sparrings with, I have our friends, Brazilian guys, with Chad George, the California Mixed Martial Arts, CMMA. We did a lot of fights, sparrings there, training there. This time he was a part of my camp with Edmond, our team, GFC. And then wrestling, basically I did same like mine, but this time we did sparrings, so with them. Last time was 2. I got injured, torn labrum, didn't fight in Saudi Arabia. That time was 2, but this time, yes, we did. I would say only with the Brazilians. There are 3 great guys. They fight like LFA this here, I don't even know, but we did with them.
And just last question from me. His last fight was at lightweight at 155. He fought Drew Dober. Fight before that was against Charles Jourdain in your weight class, but he missed weight. Is there any concerns on your end about him missing weight?
I don't care. He can miss a weight anyway. I'm going to fight.
Melsik?
Yes.
It's almost been 2 years since you fought. Where have you been?
I have been there, brother. I didn't see you. Brother, I have... I got 3 serious injuries. One, I broke my hand. One, partial labrum tear. And then one time I got sick. Never been sick in my life like that. I was even talking by myself, couple days. My daughter was sleeping different room. I was talking to her at 1 a.m. I don't even remember a couple days, wife and family telling me, you did this, you did that. I'm like, you guys joking? They said, no, you're serious. That took me more than a month and 10, 20 days. I don't know what was that. I got anything in this world about viruses, but I always training. If let's say something broke, I can't move. That time I'm gonna rest, but I'm not resting. I do my other business. I can just sit and wait for something. I don't know. And then I train always, if I'm saying I have broken hand, I do just running, or I do bike. I do wherever I can. It doesn't stop me.
has it been frustrating not being able to compete and only fighting 3 times since being in the UFC?
It's that's always was my problem. I always wanna fight like back to back, because that way it doesn't matter who you are. It's Melsik or someone else, or I don't know, like King Kong. You have to fight to be in the game, to have. I'm telling my brother. So a lot of fighters they just done their career after not fighting 2 years. But I didn't fight almost 2 years, and then before that, I don't know how many years I'm in the UFC, like 4 or something, but like fight 4 times, 5 times, I don't even remember. It's like I did for 1 year job. It's not right, but I don't know why it's like that. And then before that, in kickboxing K1, I got like rotator cuff, torn labrum. Any serious thing happened with me, but I just still keep going. Like nothing can bother or stop me. Of course, it's really bad, but I know what I want to do, and then I know what I can do, so I'm doing that. And then you get what you want, not you what wish for.
Fighting already in February, do you hope to fight multiple times this year?
Yes. That's what I'm thinking. Like not getting injured, Even like these last couple trainings, like just. Please, no one touch me. I don't want to, get injured. After this, just fight back to back. That's my goal. I hope.
Awesome. Good luck.
Thank you.
Барев здесь, Мельсик Джан.
Барев Ахберджан.
По-русски нормально будет тебе?
No, чуть-чуть.
Хорошо. Ты пропустил почти 2 года, как ты сам сказал. Твой оппонент один из самых активных бойцов прошлого года. Это будет минус тебе, или ты уже набрал свою оптимальную форму?
Ничего. Минус для меня не драться. Кто оппонент, как он сильный, не сильный, мне вообще все равно. Кто оппонент, знаешь, минус для меня не драться.
И еще один от меня. Тебе уже 33 года. Какая твоя конечная цель в UFC? Ты планируешь еще забраться в рейтинг? И если да, то с кем из рейтинга в твоем дивизионе ты хотел бы встретиться?
Не знаю с кем. Для меня важно это бой сделать. Не важно с кем. Если ты выиграл этот бой, конечно, надо это. Ну, couple step you need to go to the fight, I mean the belt. Надо это сделать. Я просто другой, брат. Для меня разницы вообще нету. Кто, когда, где.
То есть, когда ты
что, где, когда.
То есть, хорошо было сейчас. То есть, когда ты смотришь бои твоего дивизиона, у тебя нет бойца, с которым вот прям интересно было бы тебе проявить себя?
Вообще все равно.
Спасибо, удачи.
Тебя тоже, братчик. Thank you, everyone.
trying to get people that are still fighting at 120.
Oh, okay.
Song over here.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Good. How's Fight Week been? You just got to Seattle, obviously. How's everything going for Fight Week so far?
Yeah, right now so far so good. I feel comfortable. Yeah.
Those English lessons are paying off, huh?
Yeah, much better. I feel my English much better because you guys in the video.
How often do you practice your English? Like, how often do you have English classes?
So for this year, not study too often, but because the fight has been canceled, a lot of things happen. But my teammate, my coach, they help me to learn English. They always speak English to me.
What does it mean to fight a fighter, a former champion like Henry Cejudo? On this big card headlining, you must think this is a great opportunity.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for me. He's like 2 division champion, Olympic champion. He has big name, and he's good at microphone. He's promoter. It's so honored to fight him. It's all, even he lost 2 fights, but look at who they lost. They are champions, so he's still in the top. I'm so honored to fight him.
Was there more of a focus on wrestling in this camp just for Henry's style?
Yeah, I've been training wrestling for a long time since UFC offered me to fight Umar. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. And speaking of Umar, what did you think of that fight with Umar and Merab Dvalishvili, the title fight last month?
Yeah, that's a good fight. But Merab has crazy cardio. That was crazy. And I think the big reason why Umar lost the fight because his hands. He hurt his hands. He cannot grapple. But it is what it is.
Do you think if his hand wasn't broken that Umar could have won the fight?
No, I don't know, man. But I think he has more chance, even without hands hurt.
And just last one from me. I know you have a bit of a layoff coming into the fight. How did you feel this camp? Because it's been a while since you've been able to fight.
Yeah, I was in camp since last year May, but I'm okay with that. I keep training. Improve myself.
Hey, Song. Did you watch Zhang Wei Li's performance recently, and what did you make of that?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, she did a great job. We're proud of her. I think she's her next fight will against Valentina. Yeah, that's gonna be great. I want to watch that fight.
And you're making your way up the bantamweight division. Are there names that, not to look past Henry, of course, but do you have any visions for who you might like to see across from you, as you get closer to the top 5?
就是说，你接下来如果赢了他，你想打谁？
So for next, I want to fight Umar because UFC offered me like a few months ago. I want to get it down.
Song, thank you. Song over here.
Hi.
Song, can you tell us what exactly did happen with the Umar fight? Was it just that there were talks and then they decided to put him for the title? Because obviously we heard that you might fight him in Florida in December.
US, but we both never signed the contract yet. But we just I told them I can fight in the USA, say yes. But they found eventually they told me he got injured and I don't know what happened. And 2 days later he fought Merab. And I think Umar actually injured, but UFC told him Merab can fight you. I think he want to get a chance, to be the champion, so he take the fight.
I understand. In December, obviously the UFC went to China. How serious were talks about trying to have you fight on that card in China?
12月份让你
Macau
对有 Macau 就说他们当时花了多大努力想让你去打澳门的这样澳门。
Yeah, UFC was trying to arrange me in Macau for the main event, but no one want me fight there. I keep training, for the fight, but like until the fight finish, I don't have opponent, so I have to wait until right now,
And then what would you like to see next for the title? Would you like to see a rematch between Merab and Sean O'Malley, or maybe rematch Merab Peter Yan next?
下一场的冠军战，你是更想看 Merab 打奥马利还是 Merab 打皮特岩？
For me, I want to watch Merab versus O'Malley, but I think the next is gonna be Merab versus Peter Yan. Yeah.
Thank you.
Song over here.
Hi.
Obviously, still very young in the game, but have plenty of fights on your career, man. I'm curious, has there been a biggest learning experience for you so far that stands out?
Sorry, I
biggest learning experience so far in his career.
就说你职业生涯到目前收获到最多的经验是什么？
I think the two losses versus Curry and Peter Yan, those two fights, I learned a lot, and a lot of experience. That's a good fight for me because good learn. Yeah.
What would you say you took away the most from the Peter fight?
I think I need, I was too rush. I need to slow down the pace. I need to be more patient. Yeah, that's what I learned, and some detailed technique.
Have you visited the Bruce Lee Memorial yet?
My plan is after we in. Yeah.
All right, awesome, man. Best of luck.
Thank you, man.
Hey, Song.
Hi.
What did you make of the run-in last night? I saw you and Henry Cejudo kind of run into each other at the hotel, and then he posted on Instagram. He said, this guy's a lot shorter than I thought. So what went down there?
That was interesting. I wasn't ready for face him because I was just got the hotel and he just run in and I don't want to be like I don't have any personal with this guy, so I want to be like polite, shake hands with him. But this guy is like he's good promoter, he like try to do something funny, but I like this guy, yeah.
He always has nicknames for the guys that he fights. He kind of makes fun of their names. Do you have a nickname for Henry Cejudo?
Big hat.
Big head?
Big hat. Yeah.
And then there's an old video of Uriah Faber with Korean Zombie back in the day where he's teaching him English, and he teaches him like some pretty ridiculous things to say in English. Is there anything that Faber's taught you that's been like a funny saying or something like that?
No, Uriah didn't tell me anything English. He just talking himself. He like talk, but he didn't tell me anything, teach me anything.
你好。
Hi.
Speaking of Merab Umar fight, Merab now seems like a fighter without any weakness. Do you agree with that?
Pardon, please?
Merab now seems like a fighter without any weak places.
Oh. Oh, I got it. So, I think it's still get knocked down, not rocked. He got rocked, right? So I believe if I fight him, I can knock him to sleep. Yeah, that's a weakness.
And one more from me. Your last fight was against Peter Yan. It now seems that Peter is close to his best shape ever. So how do you think can he be a next champion in your division?
I think next gonna be Murab with Peter Yan.
And can current Peter Yan beat Merab this time?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's up, guys?
So, man, how are we feeling ahead of this fight week, and how was preparation?
Как себя чувствуешь сейчас, как себя чувствуешь в эту неделю и как подготовился?
Так, в первую очередь чувствую себя просто замечательно. Кэм был замечательный. Мы делали очень хорошую работу. Так что будет очень большое шоу.
First of all, I feel absolutely great, just great. We did a really great job. The camp was wonderful, so feeling good, feeling ready.
Your opponent was in here earlier, and he said he was expecting you to come out aggressive, but he has an answer for that. Do you think he can deal with your aggression in the cage?
Твой соперник здесь был, и он сказал, что он ожидает, что ты вылетишь на него очень быстро, очень агрессивно, но у него есть ответка на это. Как ты думаешь, он сможет с этим справиться, с твоей агрессией?
В первую очередь хочу сказать, что я работал 3 месяца на эту подготовку. Я знаю, что он будет делать, так что будет сюрприз, big surprise. Так что он, да, он очень зрелищный, прессинг всегда делает. Но, как и он сказал, у меня тоже есть ответка.
First of all, I'd like to say that I prepared hard for this for 3 months. I know exactly what to expect from him. I know that he's a very exciting fighter, that he likes to pressure. But as he said my way, I also have an answer for whatever pressure he can bring.
We have a ceremonial weigh-ins this week. Are we expecting, the usual show from you as you face off?
На церемониальном взвешивании на этой неделе нам ожидать от тебя какого-то шоу большого.
Вы же знаете, что я здесь работаю давно, так что я знаю свою работу, и я на максимум все делаю.
You know, I've been here for a long time. I know my work really well. I know my job, and I do whatever I can to do my job to the fullest every time.
It's kind of piggybacking off that. You've been in there with some of the best fighters in the division, including Magomed Ankalaev. How much will your experience play into this fight?
Ты давно уже здесь, ты с очень многими хорошими зрелищными бойцами там был, также ты встречался с Анкалаевым, бился с Анкалаевым. Насколько тебе кажется, что твой опыт сыграет роль в эту субботу?
Я думаю, 99% все решит мой опыт здесь, мой опыт.
I think 99% of the fight will be decided by my experience.
Excellent. And we obviously have the title fight coming up next month between Alex Pereira and Magomed Ankalaev, someone that you fought. How do you see that fight playing out?
В следующем месяце будет бой между Анкалаевым и Перейрой. Это человек, с которым ты уже встречался, Анкалаев. Как ты думаешь, как пройдет этот бой?
Да, я этот бой давно жду, так что буду смотреть с радостью. Так что я хочу, чтобы Анкалаев выиграл, конечно, но то, что я знаю, будет очень зрелищный и интересный бой.
Yeah, I've been waiting for this fight for a long time. I'm excited to see it. I'll definitely be watching it. To tell you the truth, I'm waiting for Ankalaev to win, but I know that it's going to be an exciting fight no matter what.
Do you think Ankalaev wins that fight?
Ты думаешь, он победит?
Я хочу это, и Анкалаев, у него очень хорошая техника, так что он и борется хорошо, я видел. Так что я думаю, что есть очень большие шансы.
That's who I'm rooting for. I would like for Ankalaev to win. I know that he's a very technical fighter. I know I've seen that he's a really good wrestler. So I think it's going to be a great fight.
Just last one from me. What have you made of Seattle so far, the city? I assume this is your first time here.
Как тебе город Сиэтл? Что тебе здесь нравится? Было ли время походить, посмотреть?
Походил чуть вчера. Красивый город, большой, много людей. Погода для меня чуть изменилась, как в Вегасе. Ну, в Вегасе другое. Но мне нравится. Мне всегда на такую погоду я всегда выиграю.
Walked around a little bit yesterday. Big city, lots of people, very interesting. The weather is not so great. The Vegas weather is a little better, but with this type of weather, I always win.
You on over here? Want to say congratulations on your recent anniversary, 11 years. Can you talk about what is the secret to such a long relationship?
Поздравляю с годовщиной. У тебя 11 лет было с женой. Какой секрет долгих отношений?
Да, спасибо большое. Thank you so much, my friend. Я не знаю, наверное, нужно бояться жены и все.
I don't know. I think you just have to be scared of your wife. That's it.
That's great advice. A few years ago, you did an interview saying you're interested into going into politics after your fighting career. I was wondering, have you thought more about that and what kind of role you would like in office to help other fighters and athletes?
Ты говорил, что в каком-то давнем интервью говорил, что, может быть, интересно тебе перейти в политику. Есть ли у тебя какие-то планы с этим, и какую роль ты видишь, чтобы ты исполнял?
Нет, мне еще нужно работать очень много здесь, так что у меня большие шансы еще в UFC есть.
No, I still have a lot of work to do here in the UFC. I still have great chances here in the UFC.
How long does it take them to paint you green for ceremonial weigh-ins?
Как долго занимает тебя полностью покрасить зеленый цвет для церемониального взвешивания?
Очень быстро, так что делаю хоп, и все готово.
Really quick, just hope and it's ready.
Thank you.
Jan, with your opponent now training at Extreme Couture, was it a little awkward because you used to train there?
Твой соперник тренируется в Extreme Couture. Было ли для тебя это странновато, потому что ты там раньше тренировался?
Я тренировался к этому бою с другим тренером. Если честно сказать, я так много опыта набрал, что я так уверен в себя, так готов, что я сам хочу быстрее видеть, на что я готов.
You know, I trained for this fight with a different coach. I got a lot of experience, a lot of reps, and I'm so ready. I'm so charged and ready that I actually myself want to see what I can show there.
Доброе утро, Ион. Продолжая тему красок, в последнем фильме от Marvel, Капитан Америка, Халк был красным. В связи с этим, будет ли все-таки зеленый или ты поменяешь цвет?
Let's talk about painting again. So in the last Marvel movie in Captain America, Hulk was actually red as opposed to green. Should we wait for a different color from you?
В этом случае, если, наверное, я буду в политике, может быть красным уже.
You know, this way, if we go back to the politics question, then I'll be the red, possibly.
У твоего соперника две последних победы были досрочными, а у тебя, по-моему, была одна досрочка в победах за последние 5 лет, кажется. Какой шанс, что этот бой завершится досрочно и в твою пользу?
The last 2 fights of your opponent were early finishes, and for you, I think you had 1 early finish in the last 5 years. What are the chances that you can finish this fight quick?
Я сейчас готов и досрочно выиграть, и все 3 раунда мой кардио замечательный просто сейчас, так что может быть, конечно, я готов на это.
I'm ready for whatever. I'm ready to finish him quick, or I'm ready for the whole 3 rounds. My cardio is excellent right now, so I'm ready for anything, and yeah, I'm happy to finish him.
И последний от меня. Ты сказал, что у тебя еще остались незаконченные дела в UFC. Планируешь ли ты в рейтинг? И если да, то с кем из соперников из топ-15 или топ-10 тебе прям хотелось бы подраться и испытать себя?
You said there's still a lot for you to do in the UFC. You have big plans in the UFC. Are you trying to get back into rankings? And if so, who from top 15 or top 10 would you like to fight?
Моя карьера только что начинается, так что мне 31. И я чувствую себя лучше сегодня. Так что после этой победы все укладывается как нужно.
My career is really just beginning. It's just starting. So what's important is this victory, and then after this victory, we'll go up.
Спасибо. Хорошего боя.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, Alonzo.
Hey, what's up?
Over here, right here.
Hey,
How you doing?
Oh, good.
Good to hear. How did this all come together? This was like a late addition to the card. When did you find out? Because I know you were scheduled for another fight. They moved you back to Seattle. Take me through the process of getting this fight.
Yeah, the opponent I had in London, he hurt his leg, so I had no fight. And I think they wanted to extend it out 5 more weeks. So that would have been like 10 weeks of me like just waiting. And this opportunity came out of nowhere, and I was like, yeah, I'll do it. And,
Okay. Did you know anything about Julius before taking this fight, or it didn't matter the opponent? You're just like, I want to compete.
Yeah, I was like, I'm ready, because I've been training since September. Because y'all don't know, but I had a cast from the last fight, because I kind of broke my hand.
For sure.
So like after that, it came off. I've just been training. So he had me wait until March, and this opportunity came. I was like, hell yeah, I'll take it. So
That's good.
Yeah, here I am.
Now that you've had a chance to kind of look up Julius a bit, how do you feel like stylistically you match up against him here?
Yeah, I feel like he's similar to the opponent that I was going to fight in London. What's his name? Omar?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's similar to him in a way. Just maybe he's a little more flashier. We'll see.
Yeah. To remind you of you a little bit, just earlier in your career, a couple fights, you know, obviously getting in the UFC. I think you had actually more fights than he did leading into the UFC, but, you know, young guy looking to make a name for himself. Like, do you like the challenge of kind of stopping a guy that's, you know, got a bit of, I wouldn't say hype, but he's a young guy looking to make a name off you?
Yeah, definitely. I think this is an exciting fight as far as this opportunity for both of us. For him especially, right? He's a young guy coming to, like, you know, make a statement, and I look forward to just shutting that all down, like, really.
What did camp look like leading into this? I know you're always training, but who have you worked with? Who's helped you get ready for this fight?
Oh yeah, I've been at Fortis.
Oh, you went back. Nice. Okay.
Yeah. I traveled around. I went to everywhere, and then I was in a training facility. I'm not gonna name the name, but I was in this big old gym, and I realized, man, they do this at Fortis. They grind hard like this. So I was like, why won't I just go home, be with my family, and train? So I'm back at Fortis. Appreciate the Fortis.
How did that conversation go? Because I know you were there previously. Did you reach out to Safe and you're like, you know, can we you know, come back? Like, take me through that process.
Yeah, me and Safe, we always been good. I never left on bad terms. I just told him I need to expand, and that's what I did. Just traveling around, realizing, you know, what I can add to me. But it wasn't anything like sour. So I was able to go back home, no problem.
Who did you get to work with over there at Fortis?
Oh, Ryan, and you know, all of the Fortis young hungry dogs. Yeah. So Ryan Spann for sure though, a lot.
And just last one, are you no longer working with Pat Barry anymore?
No, I love Pat, and I work with him. You know, he trained Rose, and we having a conflict in schedules.
Okay.
But me and Pat, that's my road dog.
Is he going to be in your corner this weekend?
No, he's
okay.
not.
Gotcha.
Unfortunately.
Cool. With Ryan and Kennedy going up to heavyweight, are you gonna go up to heavyweight anytime soon?
I mean, I think they're trying to get me to go to middleweight, but I don't mind. I'll try it. I mean, my first fight was at heavyweight, so why not, right?
Absolutely.
Right on.
What's it like for you getting to be back home? Obviously, you were doing camps elsewhere after you left Fortis for a little bit. How big has it been for you just mentally to be at home throughout all of camp, around your family, around your kids, in that comfortable, familiar setting?
Yeah, it's been a blessing because I remember that 2 years of just being in Colorado, just being uncomfortable, traveling from Colorado to Florida, just always uncomfortable. And I know they said, you know, this uncomfortable is what you need to grow. But, you know, just to be uncomfortable and like at Fortis and developing only my skills and then like just focusing on becoming a better martial art, a fighter overall, just and being in the presence of my family. Like, it's been a blessing, like, for real.
What was it like having that little bit of an aha moment at the unnamed facility of going like, man, this is what we were doing at home. Why would I leave home?
Yeah, it was crazy because I think I was in pain. I hurt myself, and then I realized, man, we're grinding here, and we're at this facility, and it's like no one really cares about you over here. And I'm like, oh crap, like I can do this at home, and at least I got my wife, my kids, and you know my coach, who made it personal. Saif made it personal to try to look after you. So
You have obviously an experience advantage over Julius this weekend. He's making his debut. You've been here a number of times. How do you leverage that experience against a young fighter? Do you think back to your debut and what it was like for you and kind of look to put him through some of the things maybe you struggled with?
yeah, right. So because I know the hype and just coming out and feeling like you gotta live up to this, I guess, name or responsibility for him. And in me, when I think about me coming out, I was like, it was all just go. And I know I've been having a problem with like just go, but I realized to settle down. So maybe I'll teach him that. Maybe I'll be able to settle him down. Who knows?
So I assume then that we have to find that balance between settle down and go this weekend to get things moving in the right direction.
Exactly. So just wherever the fight goes, I'll be as smart as I can, and yeah, we'll go from there.
And then the last one for me is just, are you looking forward to having Safe back in your corner this weekend and getting those marching orders from the general?
Yeah, well, without a doubt, man. Saeed is his coaching style is more graceful. So I wouldn't even call him the general. I would just call him a friend. And yeah, so I'm happy to have him in there.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So if you do end up making that transition to middleweight or heavyweight, are there any names at either weight class that interest you, excite you at all?
Man, I'll call him out, but obviously, I got to get some W's first.
Of course.
All right, right on.
And there's right before you on the card, a light heavyweight fight between Ibo Aslan and Cutelaba. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's a great fight. Cutelaba and what was the other guy's name?
It's the Turkish guy, Ibo Aslan.
Yeah, he's a fighter, man. He's a dog. I watched a few of him. But yeah, let's go. Let's go for both of them.
Thanks.
Right on. All right, cool, man.
Brendan, how are you enjoying Seattle so far?
It's cold as a witch's titty here. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's all right though. I mean, it feels like London weather, but it's cool. It's all right.
You were at the Seahawks facility yesterday.
Yeah, that was super cool. Super cool.
How'd you enjoy your time over there?
I enjoyed it a lot. I should have stayed playing football rather than fighting. Make a lot more money and it's fun.
I saw that you could throw the football, and you got a good spiral.
Some days. It's been a long time since I worked at that sport, but I still enjoy it.
You chopped the hair off. Was there a decision to do that?
I just like something new. I wanted to do it like 2 fights ago, but Crybaby back there wouldn't let me. So, yeah, I just like to change every now and then. I just like something new, and sometimes I just try something wild. Sometimes I don't. I don't know. I just like new things. Change it up.
What went wrong in your last fight? Now that you've had obviously a lot of time to kind of analyze it and break it down.
I lost. I mean, before I say anything, no matter what, every decision was my own, which is why I like this sport. I take ownership for everything that I did. It's nobody else's fault. But my body just wasn't 100%. I knew that going in, but I didn't think it would be so effective as it was, and I had problems the whole camp. But I don't know how to pull from a fight. I just feel like I'm a little bit of a bitch if I do. So even with like proof that like I'm not good, no matter what. So yeah, I think that was just the biggest thing. I mean, the commission didn't help, but at the end of the day, I lost the fight. I think on perception. At probably 60% healthy and in his hometown, and now he's the #1 guy in our division. So I know I'm better than him. I know I am. He fought his best that night, and I fought probably the worst that I fought in the UFC. But you know, it is what it is. I learned from it, and I'll be back stronger on Saturday, and I'll see him again at some point. We're 2 of the youngest guys in the division, so in the top 15 especially. So I think he's earned a title shot, in my opinion. But hopefully I see him again, and hopefully it's for the belt or somewhere around there.
In hindsight, do you regret not pulling out just because of the run you were on and all of the momentum that you had behind you?
Yeah, I think so. I can't change it now. But there's probably been 3 fights in the UFC that I should have pulled from. 2 I lost and 1 I won. Just from not being healthy. And, yeah, it sucks. It really sucks. I think I was so close to, fighting for that belt. And I don't know. I look back and like that, and I also think it's funny, like, when I lose, everyone's got something to say, but when I win, everyone's silent as a mouse. So that kind of makes me laugh, and it lets me know, like, that I'm still there, like, nobody says nothing to me or about me until I lose, but when I'm winning, it's hush.
And like you said, he's the #1 ranked now. He went out there and beat. Were you impressed with that?
I mean, I look at it as every fight. Like, I've knocked guys out too. A knockout's kind of like luck, It's a little bit of precision, but it's more luck than anything. But if I tap you, 90% I outsmarted you and I got you. So and that may be the reason why I like submitting people more. But I thought he lost the first round pretty clear. But I thought the punch was nice. I feel exactly how I felt when he fought Cannonier. To me the finish was kind of the same thing. But it was still nice, and nothing that he did wrong. He did good. So hats off to him.
And do you think because of your last fight, you're being overlooked in this fight with Fluffy, with you being I think it's like a 2-1 underdog, and people just kind of counting you out?
I don't know. I feel like people always do that anyway and look for a reason. I don't know. I feel like I'm a guy, you either like me or you hate me. There's no in between. And so for some reason, people hate me more than they like me, but that's fine. I just like to be left alone. I like to be with my wife and my kids and my close friends because my circle's super small. So, yeah, I don't care. Overlook me. Do what you want. I don't care. My money stays the same no matter what. So I'm going to go out there and I'm going to beat up Anthony and move on to the next step. It's nothing different.
Obviously, the big storyline in this fight is you guys fought back in 2018. And obviously, you guys have grown a lot from that fight. But I guess, now looking at him now, like, is there any similarities you see, or do you see him as a completely different fighter?
Me personally, I see him as the same guy, just a little bit more, a good bit more refined, more polished, but he still does the same things. He still focuses on his cardio. He's still to me the same guy, and I was so young and immature then mentally. I'm a completely different guy, and I fought like shit that night. I was just basically like a moving dummy. I didn't really do that. I rocked him in the first, and then he said I hurt him again in the fourth or the third. I don't even know, but I didn't really do nothing other than that. I just was like, I'm ready to go home. I don't want to be here. So, but you're not gonna finish me. It was just immaturity.
Obviously, everyone kind of knows his game plan. He's gonna come and try and drown you, wrestle you. So was that a lot of focus on in training camp this time? Was just wrestling, takedown defense, or I guess do you welcome being on your back because of your elite BJJ?
I just want to create damage in this one. I want to get back to my old self. Like I have these like roller coasters of do damage or hold position, do damage, hold position. And for me this time it's I just want to create damage. So no, I plan to make him work as well. Like he's good at creating these situations to where he doesn't put a lot of effort into it, but he makes his opponent put a lot of effort into it. Like being on the cage, he wants you to spaz. He wants you to use all the strength. So we'll see. But it's going to take – he's going to have to eat some punches to get in there. And I know he's tough, but I don't know. It only takes one clean one to do anything. So 15 minutes is a long time to have to evade a good punch. So we'll see what he brings to the table, but obviously we know he's coming from bell to bell, and we'll see how successful he is on Saturday at that.
Last two from me. How do you get your hand raised on Saturday?
Be myself. Being Brendan Allen, when I'm on. So it's just being the best me that I can be. If the best me shows up, I'm the best fighter in the world at middleweight. So I just need to be the best me.
And a lot of middleweight fights taking place. What were your thoughts on the championship fight between DDP and Sean Strickland?
I don't know. Somehow Driscus just gets it done, man. I said this in an interview before. It's like he has if you look at his resume on paper, you're like, fuck, man, this guy's a stud. But like if you really look at it and watch the fights, he fights these guys that have such a great name, but look at the timeline that he fights them. Like he's fighting them like kind of when they're not really motivated or on their way out, or just Father Time's getting them, for whatever the case may be. Like you see, for instance, you see Izzy on someone's resume, and you're like, you think of the Izzy at his top, and you're like, wow, he beat this guy, and it's like, you watch the fight, and you're like, this ain't the Izzy that fought like Paulo Costa or anything like that. Like this ain't the same guy. So I just think he gets them at the best times, the best names at the best times, and, is what it is.
Good luck, man.
Thank you.
Hey, Brandon, over here. Congratulations on the birth of your son in late December. How is it having another boy in the house now?
It's nice. I'm not super outnumbered. I have my stepson and my wife's son. So, and then now we have our son, which he's sleeping in the back. But it's nice. It's it's just as of now he's just an infant, so nothing really changes too much. But my wife does an amazing job taking care of him while I'm in camp, and it's been great. It's been great having them.
When you think about, when he gets a little bit older, and obviously, you obviously share this with your family and your kids, what do you think about when you say, hey, Dad was a fighter, and maybe starting to show him those clips and videos of you fighting one day?
Man, to be honest, I like to just share these experiences with my kids. Like, this will be the last one that my youngest daughter doesn't attend. My oldest daughter will attend, and I can't wait for her to get here. I just like sharing these moments with my wife, with my kids, with my family, my friends. It's more important than the outcome, because it doesn't matter how good you are, how bad you are. Like, if you get here and get to experience this, like, not many people get to do it. There's so many people that wish they could. So to be at the level that I'm currently at and have been at is like, it's super cool. So I don't really care too much of like, oh, Dad was a fighter. I'm more just trying to create the memories and share the experiences with everyone, because I'd rather just be the best dad rather than the best fighter.
It's a small exclusive club in the UFC of the fighters who get to have the custom or the different color shorts. What does it mean to you to be part of that small group that UFC said, you know what, Brendan Allen puts in work, we're giving him the purple ones?
I mean, it's super cool. I wasn't the first one to get them, even though I asked for them the most. But hopefully, if UFC goes to Louisiana this summer and I get past Fluffy like I expect to, that we'll get a real custom pair to unveil in New Orleans.
Final question. Do you feel like at ceremonial weigh-ins you rock your fuzzy hat better than Shafkat does?
Nah, you can't, man. He's the originator, you know? He's the OG, so no one's like Shafkat. Plus his tail on his is like super nice. He got like a fox or something on his. His is nice.
Thank you.
Brendan, how good of an alibi is Gerald Mearshart?
He's a G. He's a G, man. Yeah, he's my guy. I've known him forever. I love Gerald. He's such a great guy.
And then, what did you think of the Super Bowl performance? Do you think it should have been Lil Wayne instead of Kendrick?
Yeah, for sure. You can't go to New Orleans and not put Lil Wayne in there. But you know what it is. That stuff's probably as political as everything else.
And then, top 5 artists on your rotation right now.
Damn, you're gonna put me on the spot. Obviously Kevin Gates. It's been off, but Frito Bang for sure. You're gonna make me pull my phone. Frito Bang, Moneybag Yo, and I've been mixing in country on Fight Week. So Kane Brown and Boosie. I like Boosie. I like old Boosie.
What do you think about this new Big X collab that's coming out soon?
With who?
Oh my God, it's a country artist.
Oh yeah, I saw some of that. I heard one the other day. It was all right.
Yeah.
He's kind of versatile with his voice, but he did good with his lyrics on the one that I heard, so it was pretty good.
So you've got a win over Paul Craig, one of the best grapplers in the UFC. That makes you one of the best grapplers in the UFC, I'd say. And Anthony's also up there. Do you think that this fight is going to end up on the ground, or do you think that kind of cancels it out and it becomes a kickboxing match?
No, I think it'll end up on the ground at some point. I think it'll definitely end up on the ground at some point. You know, he's not going to stop trying to take me down unless he's tired. You know, and we'll see. We'll see. But I'm not shying away from it, but I just want to do damage and put a show on for all the fans that come out here. That's really what I'm looking for this fight. I want to get back to myself, do damage, and put a show on for all the fans that come out to see us.
And who do you think's shooting that first takedown?
Him, for sure. It's definitely not going to be me. I never come to a fight to shoot except for the last one. Usually it just happens or transpires, and, you know, it is what it is. Like, but I don't come looking to shoot except for the last one and see how that happens. So, yeah, I'm not coming to shoot, but I'm sure one will transpire at some point.
Thanks.
Of course.
strap. Yep, it works. We have. We only have 190. Thank God. Se aproxime. Tá bonito.
Got your buttons all done up? You good to go?
Tá pronto? Botado? Fala back. I'm useless, I guess.
There we go. It's good to see you back. Obviously, we're really excited for this fight. How did this fight come together with you fighting Melsik?
Bom ver você novamente, empolgados. Como é que essa luta aconteceu? Como é que, de repente, apareceu o Melsik na tua frente?
Bom ver você também. Cara, foram um bom trabalho aí com a minha equipe, com o meu empresário, para a gente achar uma luta adequada com o que eu venho recebendo de valores do UFC, né? Para a gente ter uma negociação justa, ter uma luta justa, algo que valesse a pena.
Nice to see you too. And this was a good negotiation that we did, myself and my manager, with the UFC to find a fight that was, I feel, fair and adequate, and along with it goes along with all the worth that I put in and what I worth to the company and everything that we've discussed with the UFC. I figured it was a fair fight, a fair deal, and I thought we reached something.
And your last fight was at 155. You're coming back to featherweight. I think people are wanting to ask, how's the weight going this time with the weight cut? Because I know last time against Jourdain, you didn't make the mark.
Da última vez a gente viu você 155, agora está voltando a pena, e agora como é que está o peso, como é que está essa situação, porque a gente sabe do que aconteceu na luta contra o Charles Jourdain na hora de cortar o peso.
O peso está muito bom. Acredito que a gente aprende com o sucesso, né? E teve esse erro do peso, mas eu não gosto muito de aprender com erro não, porque senão vou viver errando e ficar preso a um erro. Então, com o sucesso daquela luta, com o sucesso do Drew Dober, sentamos, conversamos e 145 libras é o meu lugar.
I think it was great to learn from success. There were mistakes that were made, and obviously I didn't make it at that time, but you can learn from mistakes, but I don't want to learn from mistakes because you can spend your entire life making mistakes to learn. So I think looking at a success history, meaning a success story, the fight against Drew Dober was my base for that, and I think everything worked out for that, so that we're going with it. 145 is my place.
You had a great year last year. A lot of fans already see you as a future champion in the division. How do you deal with those expectations where people, set the bar very high for you in your career so early?
Tem sido uma jornada rápida e muito, muito, muito boa, e as pessoas já olham para você como um cara assim, que é um futuro campeão. Né? Como é que é lidar com o fato de que você veio com tudo, em tão pouco tempo tudo aconteceu?
Antes, obrigado por você também me ver como futuro campeão. Cara, na verdade não aconteceu muito rápido não, né? Só de casado eu tenho 10 anos, então desde que eu treino faz um bom tempo. Então, são anos e anos trabalhando para estar aqui. Então, não aconteceu muito rápido. É que algo que a gente faz há anos, as pessoas só estão vendo hoje. Então, o sucesso está sendo construído mais de uma década.
Well, thank you for those who consider me a future champion. I think that it's not, things didn't happen that quickly. I've been married for 10 years. Imagine the training comes from way before that. I've worked my entire life for that. So things on the outside, they may look like it happened fast, but this is the product of a lot of work that was put in for many years.
And just piggybacking off that, you still have only had a couple of UFC fights, but I know last year you wanted to step in and fight Movsar Ivoyev. Is that a fight you hope that happens down the line, you and him squaring off?
Eu sei que você já teve poucas lutas ao momento no UFC, mas já está vindo por aí. Você queria enfrentar o Movsar no momento? Você quer que essa luta não aconteceu? Você ainda quer pegar o Movsar?
Cara, como eu disse, esses 7 meses, na verdade, que eu fiquei parado, foi bom para eu poder entender como funciona a parte do business, a parte de negócio dentro dessa empresa, né? Então, hoje, a gente senta, conversa sobre todas as coisas para fazer o melhor investimento junto com o UFC. Então, se o Movsar se ele for um bom investimento para minha carreira, for ter um bom retorno não só financeiro, mas visando um futuro onde todos nós saímos bem disso, pode ser ele. Do contrário, a gente ainda vai ver uns outros nomes antes disso.
You know, this time, these 7 months have helped me understand a lot of the business side of fighting and, you know, the dollars and cents of it all. And I think now we sit down with the team and we look at all the possibilities and we really evaluate and assess what is worth for us. If that fight is viable for us, not only in a financial sense, but also looking with a vision towards my future, we'll make that fight happen. If not, we'll look at other names.
And just last question from me. There's some talk of featherweight champion Ilia Topuria moving up and fighting Islam Makhachev. Do you want to see that fight happen now, or would you rather see Ilia defend his title a few more times?
E a última pergunta dele. Agora fala-se muito no Ilia subindo para os leves e saindo dos penas e basicamente indo para lá de uma vez por todas. Você gostaria de ver, isso é uma coisa que você gosta de ver, você quer ver lutando contra o Islam Makhachev, ou você acha que seria interessante ele continuar defendendo o título dele nos penas?
É muito boa a sua pergunta. Eu tenho uma visão diferente sobre isso, né? Sobre subir de categoria, descer de categoria após se tornar o campeão. Eu acho que nós brasileiros temos um ditado, cada macaco no seu galho. Então, na minha visão em relação à carreira dele, ele deveria continuar no peso-pena, onde ele vem fazendo um bom trabalho. Como fã de MMA, do UFC, quero ver essa luta. Eu acho que é uma luta que encanta os olhos de todos fãs, né? Mas em relação à carreira dele, eu preferi que ele ficasse nos peso-pena, onde ele teve muito sucesso, continua fazendo um bom trabalho, corre menos perigo também, tem essa questão, porque se ele subir, perder, será que ele consegue voltar para os pena fácil? Ou o Hunter, Shelby, Mick, Dana, vamos falar, não é bem assim para voltar. Então, é isso.
I know there's a lot of talk about this, and they've talked about moving up, and you know, people moving between divisions. But there's something that kind of goes back to. I have a different view on things, and it goes back to a Brazilian saying that pretty much translates into stay in your lane. You stay where you are. I understand that every fan in the UFC would love that. Would be a great fight. I love to watch that fight between Ilia and Islam, but. This is where he made his name. At featherweight, that's his home. That's where there's a journey there, and I would hope for him to stay in that. And also, what happens if let's say he doesn't succeed up there? So how easy for him to actually just sit down and then you talk about Dana, Hunter, Mick, and Sean Shelby? Like, okay, easy boy. Like, is it going to be that easy for him to come back to featherweight if he does? So I think he should stay.
John, what was the recovery process with 2 broken hands?
E o processo de recuperação com as 2 mãos quebradas?
Cara, foi um trabalho árduo para recuperar a mão, né? Foram horas e horas de fisioterapia. A vontade de treinar, de querer lutar é muito grande, mas me fez respeitar esse processo de recuperação. Com tudo isso, eu posso te falar que ela está pronta para bater na cabeça do Melsik Baghdasaryan.
It was a lot of hard work and very painful to not be able to do things, but you know, it taught me a lot of patience and not doing things before I should, and in order to put things together for a fight like this. But you know what? I can tell you one thing: they are 100% recovered and they're ready to hit Melsik Baghdasaryan.
Could you like play video games with your hands?
Você conseguia jogar videogame com essa mão? Conseguia jogar videogame?
Bom, conseguia sim, conseguia. Confesso que era um pouquinho difícil ali, né, por causa que eu não sou tão bom no videogame. Então, mas conseguia jogar sim.
It was yeah, I could. Hard a little bit because listen, I'm not that good at video games, but I could at least.
And then finally for me, could you just talk about the success of Fighting Nerds and just how much your teammates, like how good your teammates are doing and how you look to continue that this weekend?
E um pouco o sucesso da Fight Nerds. Como é que é estar na equipe, o sucesso de todos na equipe, o sucesso de vários dos teus colegas, como é que é o clima na Fight Nerds?
Cara, o sucesso da Fight Nerds é legal, que é uma soma, né? É uma soma de várias pessoas dentro de uma empresa querendo ver essa empresa crescer e ser grande, né? Poxa, somos a melhor equipe do mundo, literalmente, né? A gente ganhou essa parada, esse prêmio. E fazer parte disso é saber que a gente faz parte de algo muito grande, de um grande feito. Imagina, você faz parte de algo que ninguém fez ainda. Em relação ao Brasil, somos a primeira equipe a ganhar esse prêmio. Então, pô, faz parte disso. Então é incrível fazer parte dessa parada com esses caras.
You know, Fighting Nerds, the cool thing about it is like it adds up. That's what it is. With everybody just coming in, everybody has something to contribute. And it adds up to being now what is literally the best team in the world. We literally won an award, and it's amazing to be a part of this and actually to win an award that is the first Brazilian team to ever win something like this. So the journey's been amazing to be with everybody. It's pretty amazing to be a part of all this.
Jean over here. Jean, I want to know if you could expand on that. When you have those conversations with your teammates, Caio and the rest, what do you guys talk about? Because it's such a special moment, not just as a team, but in your lives, I'm sure.
Quando vocês têm conversas, só para você expandir um pouco o conceito de estar com eles e como é que é estar lá. Quando você tem conversas com a equipe, com os outros lutadores, com todo mundo que está junto, como é que é a conversa com o Caio Borralho, com a conversa com o pessoal sobre o que está acontecendo e os próximos planos de si?
Bem legal essa pergunta. O Caio ali, ele é o gabarito da prova, né? Então, não é muito segredo que nós conversamos entre nós e buscamos conselhos de quem está onde vamos estar. Então, o Caio é meu gabarito da prova. Mas conversamos muito sobre como funciona dentro do UFC, como que a gente faz para não ser valorizado, porque não tem como você mensurar o valor de alguém. Mas quando você está dentro de alguma empresa que você recebe para fazer algo, o seu cachê vai depender da decisão de outra pessoa. Então a gente conversa muito sobre negócios, né? Como que a gente vai fazer um bom investimento dentro dessa empresa aqui.
You know, it's no secret that Caio's kind of like the king to the kingdom, the key to the kingdom here. Like he's the one that you know, he's the path to victory, and he's the person that we go to for guidance. But we talk a lot about business. We're on this business almost like a company is trying to succeed. So it's not about conversations about someone's worth, because it's very hard to put price on people, and it's more like a value and what the decisions go into, and what things you do to make those decisions to make more from this company, and for your decisions will lead to being paid more in this company. So we talk a lot about business actually with Caio. What's our next step?
We can see the team looks fantastic. You have the new partnership with Venom. What do you think it is that the fans just gravitate so much to with the Fighting Nerds? Why do you think you guys are so popular with the fans right now?
E chegou todo mundo bem vestido, nova parceria com a Venom direto. Então, qual é o segredo? Como é que é você ter tudo isso, uma marca? Como é que é estar na equipe nesse sentido.
Vocês veio? Caraca, a Venom aí tá com a gente. Cara, eu acho que é aquilo que eu falei, é uma soma de várias ideias compartilhada entre um grupo para que essas ideias não atrapalhem, né? Porque às vezes a minha ideia não é tão boa quanto a do próximo, ou talvez é muito boa que irá nos atrapalhar. Então, poxa, o Pablo ali e o Caio que idealizaram, né, essa parte da Fight Night e abriram porta para os outros atletas fazer parte disso. Então, temos várias ideias, são colocadas em pautas, são discutidas e são apresentados modelos de como seriam essas ideias. E tá aí, uma delas já está sendo colocado em prática.
I mean, hey man, Ben is with us now. This is interesting because we're talking about fighters as a group of ideas that are shared amongst people that, you know, the same values, and it's with a shared vision. We sit down and we talk, and sometimes an idea is very important for us to talk so that the ideas don't conflict with each other and they are there to help the team. So sometimes an idea is not as good as, and one of my ideas is not as good as the rest of the team, and obviously we discuss that, and also sometimes it's too good for its own good, so sometimes it gets into the way of the team. So basically we have the shared vision now of sitting down and talking and understanding together a shared value that was idealized initially by Pablo and Ivan. Like they put this together as an idea of shared values, and there it is. This is an idea that was idealized and envisioned, and here we are. We have one of them has been put into practice, as you can see.
Final question. The team is obviously known for the fake glasses. Which member of the team would you say has the worst eyesight? Who actually needs real glasses the most?
Vocês são conhecidos, a última pergunta dele, vocês são conhecidos pelos óculos. Da equipe toda, quem que é o mais míope mesmo que precisa de óculos?
Bom, não precisa ser a última pergunta não, eu amo estar aqui, isso que faz parte do meu sonho, pode continuar fazendo as perguntas. Cara, por incrível que pareça, é um moleque que ainda não está no UFC, mas vão ver ele em breve, que é o Ícaro Brito. Esse é o mais míope mesmo.
Como é que é o nome dele?
Ícaro Brito.
Ícaro Brito. Ah, tá, já falei. Actually, it doesn't have to be your last question. This is my dream come true. I love being here, so you can ask more questions. Actually, you have not seen him yet. His name is Ícaro Brito. He's an up-and-comer, and that boy can't see from afar.
In Denver, you kind of blacked out on your celebration in the ring. Have you watched it, and what did you think?
Em Denver, você deu uma apagada na hora da comemoração dentro do octógono. Como é que você já olhou, já viu a tua celebração? Já viu você comemorando? Na hora, você se viu comemorando? Você viu a fita?
Ai, boa, muito boa. Bom, a galera acho que estão começando a acreditar em dupla personalidade, né? Eu também fico de cara com essas coisas. Confesso que eu vejo até hoje. Uma hora o cara tá ali lambendo um sangue, em questão de milésimos segundos ele vira pro lado e tá chorando. Então, eu acho que é a conexão, né? É o estado mental melhor do mundo, que é a vibração junto com a felicidade. Então, é difícil controlar isso.
It's a great question. Like I think people are starting to believe in kind of, you know, a couple of different personalities there, because one day, at one moment, you're basically just licking blood, and the other times, like, you're just crying. I think it's a combination of like the celebration and the joy of victory. I think that's the best state of mind you can be in the world. So that's what happened.
Even before the fight with Drew in Denver and the blackout in the cage, you were almost at a loss for words that week in terms of just how grateful you were for the opportunities. Can you explain just what this means to you to be sitting on this stage in a Fighting Nerds jacket that says Team Lord, all this expectation about your career going forward?
Até mesmo antes do que aconteceu em Denver, depois da luta, durante a semana, você expressou muita gratidão pela oportunidade que você estava tendo, por tudo que tinha acontecido na tua vida e por tudo que tem acontecido ao longo do tempo e a importância de estar lá, naquele momento, no presente, naquele momento. Como é que você estar aqui hoje e todo mundo por trás de você, todo mundo te apoiando e todo mundo com uma jaqueta que diz Team Lord? Ou seja, todo mundo está te bancando.
Desculpa. Eu sou um pouco intenso, né, na verdade, nas coisas. Sabe, tipo, pô, eu amo estar aqui, cara. Eu amo cada segundo dessa parada, eu amo cada cara que tá aqui, cada amizade que eu venho fazendo. E ver que eu tô no maior evento do mundo, com a galera com uma roupa vestida com meu nome. Hoje eu vejo que sonhar não é nada quando você pode realizar. Então, cara, como eu disse, eu tô muito feliz de estar aqui, saca? Eu tô feliz de estar na frente de vocês e ver isso, ver minha esposa do meu lado. Tô feliz, irmão. Tô muito feliz.
I'm very intense about things, and what I feel when all of this happens is just to be here in the greatest event in the world, living a dream. Is that the dream is nothing if you don't compare to doing it, to being here, to see everyone wearing this jacket, and to see everyone behind me, see my wife right here, like it says Team Lord. I'm very grateful to be here. I'm very happy to be in the greatest event in the world. I'm living a dream, and it's amazing.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, guys.
Rob Font, how's it going?
Man, James, how you doing?
Let's start first with the hair. What's up with this?
Just took it off,
new
bro.
look.
Just
New Rob
took
Font
it
hair?
off. New look. Trying to turn into a different fighter, new character, But nah, like me and my fiance have been talking about it for a couple, and then we chose the wrong city to do it in. Like it was in Montreal and it was freezing, but like I just took it off, and it's been so much easier than having the hair and all that. But
Yeah, it's been a whirlwind as well for you to get to this fight in terms of your opponent. Obviously, supposed to fight Dominic Cruz, and I know they were trying to find you an opponent. Take me through how you settled on Gene Matsumoto, how this fight all came to fruition.
Yeah, I hope I didn't jinx myself. Like the moment I got the Cruz fight, I was like, all right, cool. Like I knew about it. We had an idea that they were going to get offered Cruz, and then the moment I got the contract, I was like, all right, I just hope he doesn't. I hope he doesn't get injured. I hope he makes it through a camp, and then. Obviously, he gets injured. He retires, which, obviously I'm happy for him. I'm excited to see what he does next. But, it sucked. I didn't get to fight, another legend, a veteran in the sport, a guy I kind of grew up watching. When I first got into MMA, I was watching more WEC. And, obviously he was one of the main guys out there. So it definitely sucked that I'm not able to fight him. But, it is what it is, like it's these injuries happen so often that like I kind of had an idea that there's a good chance he wasn't making it to the fight.
Was it difficult finding an opponent? Were there other names out there? Like take me through that, how you ended up with
So they initially offered Rosas Jr.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
Rosas.
Yep, they offered him, and I'm not sure what happened. We said, yeah, I'm not sure what happened, but the fight didn't happen, and then Chris Gutierrez threw his name into the mix. I don't think the UFC liked that idea at first, but they were like, you know what, let's throw Matsumoto at him, and then we accepted. Obviously, we sat down and watched his tape and all that, and figured out like, hey, this is a dangerous guy, but it's a good matchup. Like if you look at like who, obviously his style is completely different from Cruz, but it's gonna be a fun fight. He's straightforward. He's throwing big right hands, big left hooks, and a lot of head kicks. And obviously he's looking for takedowns as well. So a little bit more straightforward than what Cruz would be doing. Obviously he'd be moving a lot, and I believe Cruz probably would have had better timing on his takedowns than him. So I like the matchup. But then again, in the UFC, like all these matchups are tough. But if I had to choose, it'd have been him over the rest of the other monsters out there.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting. And then I believe second camp at TriStar right ahead of this one. How was that? Obviously, Calvin had his fight. He was there with you.
Yep.
Who did you get to work with, and how did camp go? And how long were you there too, by the way?
So I believe it was altogether 5 weeks. Camp went great. We were there nonstop every day, twice a day. It's a one-stop shop, from conditioning to pad work to jiu-jitsu to wrestling, all that. And it went great. Eamon helped out a lot. He was one of my main sparring partners. Obviously, Rob Rivas is always holding pads for me. I've been working with him since the first day I got there. And then just following Faraz's lead and the way he breaks things down, and just the way he the way he leads is inspiring. So just obviously camp went great. Just unfortunately had a little last hiccup at the last minute.
Hey Rob, let's go to a quick one for you. Obviously you were in Calvin's corner Saturday. What do you think of the performance in the fight?
I think just a funky fight. Zalal had a funky rhythm. Took a while for Calvin to kind of catch up, and I think we just started a little too late.
Obviously, Calvin's on a losing streak right now, but I mean, you've been with him for several years, man. And I guess as a friend, as a training partner, as a teammate, like, what do you think he needs to turn his career around?
Yeah, man, I just starting a little quicker. That's all it is. If once Calvin starts a little quicker, he's taking out everybody, and I really believe that. If that Calvin that showed up in the third round shows up in the first round, that fight is just completely different. That's all it is, really. Just pulling the trigger a little quicker, and you'll see he's gonna start getting these finishes again.
So then I just want to ask you, like, obviously you picked up a win in your last fight, but before that, I'm sure you had seen all the fans talking shit and saying like, oh, Font's done, Font's washed, blah, blah, blah. And then you go out there, you get a big win. They're like, oh, he's back. He's better than ever. Like, the fans can be very pickety and wish-washy. Just, I guess, did that bug you at all?
No, that's their job. They're supposed to be up and down, and it is what it is. That's what they do. It's like you can tell like the true martial artists or true fans, and then you can tell the guys that are just there, just well, I'm hoping they're bad hits, you know, like, so I don't take offense to that. That's what happens when you do what we do, you know. It's happens in all sports. It's a lot easier to happen in obviously in our sport, and but that's their job. That's what they're supposed to do, you know. It's just, you know, like, I don't know if the fans like persuaded the odds makers in my last one, but I believe I made a lot of people some money that night.
Awesome, man. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're known for your jab. A lot of people have said you have one of the best jabs in the UFC. Is that jab-heavy approach something you're going to bring into this fight and just keep as a core part of your game going forward?
100%. You know, it's going to be a lot of lead hand, lead uppercuts, lead hooks from both sides, and just keeping them at bay until I find my openings and going. You know, he's aggressive. He's going to come forward, and I just believe that I for the most part, I feel like I can touch him when I want to touch him. You know, easier said than done, but I do believe I can touch him when I want to touch him.
And what do you make of the bantamweight division right now? You got Merab at the top, just beat Umar. You got O'Malley kind of hanging around up there. You're clearly up there with the best. Like, what's your outlook?
Man, you know, man, this division is the toughest division out there. It's the most exciting division. There's so many studs in this division. I'm just interested to see how this all shakes out. I figured, you know, fighting a guy like Cruz would have helped me get back into that mix a little earlier, or a little sooner. But you know, it is what it is. You know, I obviously there's a lot of risk to fighting Matsumoto in this fight, and it probably won't do much for me as far as like moving me up when I win, but. You know, I'm just here to fight. I'm here to challenge myself, and I think this fight alone is gonna bring a lot out of me.
Excited to watch.
Thank you. Boom. Thank you.
Henry, another fight. It's been an interesting card, right? The Dominic Cruz connection seemed right there for you, but in the end, that's not a thing, and it's Song Yadong you have to focus on entirely. How are you feeling about this fight, and how is the camp and the preparation?
I feel good. Originally I thought it was going to be me and Dominic. It's unfortunate that he got hurt, and I'm glad it wasn't him because, fuck, I would have been pissed. But obviously we have Song, who is a... Obviously we have Song, who is a 27-year-old... Yeah, can you grab her mom, dude? Okay. No, let her mom, dude. She's going to start crying, dude. She misses her dad. I haven't played with her this whole damn time cutting away. Hold on. My wife will come back here so I can give you guys the right answers, dude. Anybody have kids here? Yeah. How old? What's the age?
3 and 7.
Oh, no way. Okay. Yeah, she's 3.
Yeah. It's a great age. 3's. You start to see the personality.
Yeah, but they say terrible 2s, man, but it's true.
It's terrible 3's too.
Yeah.
On your hand.
Let's just wait for my wife, if that's okay, guys. Sorry about that, dude. I shouldn't have brought her up. Maybe can you let me do the interview? Come on, Mike. Beautiful.
All right, so take 2.
Anyways, that's parenting. That's parenting at your finest.
So Song Yadong, your thoughts on the fight and fighting a young up-and-comer?
Yeah. He's, I'm 11 years his elder. He's an explosive fighter, really good at countering. He's a guy that could shut your lights off with one punch. But I think the same reason why his greatest gift is also his worst enemy too. That gas he could completely go straight to E. So I love the fact that they're giving me a younger fighter. I love the fact that my back is against the wall. There's a chip on my shoulder. I love the fact that I'm an underdog, because these are the moments where I shine, and I appreciate all of it.
So that's what I wanted to talk to you about, right? Like your career, it would be easy for people to think like, okay, Henry's got a couple of fun fights left, and that's what he's going to focus on, like the Dominic Cruzes of the world and stuff. But here you are fighting a guy who's working his way up the rankings and building his career. Does that should that show us that you're still hungry to compete at the top level, and you're still after more accolades rather than just having fun?
Right, of course, and I love that from the UFC. I love the fact that they're doing that. They're not just doing this legend versus legend shit. Like, you know what, I thought about it too, and I got into it with Hunter Campbell. Like pretty bad. This was about a year, but then I called him back. Like, you know what? You're right. If I want to be the best in the world again, give me who you got. Give me your biggest dog then. And they originally wanted me to fight Song at the Sphere, but at that time I had an injury. So then when I called him back, I was helping President Trump a lot with this with the politics. Traveling to Michigan, doing a bunch of work in Arizona. That stuff's important to me. And I says, after the president gets elected, like, let me, I'll call you the next day. And that's exactly what happened. Like, once everything happened, once the election was pretty much over, I'm like, all right, dude, give me Song. I want him.
So should you beat Song on Saturday, do you think that pushes you right back up into title contention? Obviously, you had the fight with Merab, and I think you looked really good in the first round. Then he sort of started to get his success. Do you think it pushed you back into title contention, or do you think you're going to have to work your way up and pass a few more of these young killers before they start looking at you in gold again?
At this point, it's whatever the UFC wants, but that's also what's cool about the UFC. I lost to Aljamain in a split decision. Then at least I won a round against Merab, dude, with the torn groin, where I couldn't wrestle for 5 weeks, and that was a big mistake on my side. Ali, my mentor, they're telling me, everybody was telling me, dude, just be ready. But the hard head in me, I wanted to prove that it was a fight. Sometimes the risks worth the reward. And then now I look at Merab and what he's doing. I'm just like, fuck, man, this dude's a real deal. He's the best in the world. I mean, and not super. You know, I'm not surprised what he did to O'Malley, but where I am surprised is what he was able to do to Umar, man. You know, he did. It's not like he beat him up or he did all that. He out-competed him. He got the crowd involved. He conveyed to the judges that round 5 is mine. You know what I'm saying? It's that grittiness that only like the 1%ers know about. You know, it's the same reason why I got the victory against Demetrius Johnson. There's like an acting involved in there. You know, getting him to go backwards. You know, hitting my fist, calling him out as he's going backwards. You know, we forget as fighters that if the fight does go to decision, you know, who can sway the judges, who can sway the crowd, and you know what Merab's been able to do now is just kudos, man. You gotta tip your hat off.
So that's something that just comes with experience, you think, like younger guys?
Yeah, I think he went through his bumps and bruises, and I think confidence a little bit there, and then time, his ability of mixing his fighting, you know, from wrestling to striking. Like the wrestling is not the key for him. It's the mixing. It's him understanding his threshold for 5 rounds. You know what I'm saying? This is why you don't see knockouts or TKOs, because he knows just the exact amount to reserve that, and that's Merab's greatest gift, his threshold.
Henry, I know that you were kind of teasing flyweight, bantamweight. Why did you eventually pick bantamweight to, I guess, continue fighting in?
Man, I got to cut the weight. I think it's pretty, you know. But there is a potential thing that I could be going back down. You know, with the victory here, I don't think there's anybody at flyweight that could really sell the division. I think there's too many dry people at that weight division. And I feel like what I've done in combat sports, particularly the flyweights, is saving that division back in 2020. You know, there could be a resurrection there, you know.
How bad of a cut would that be?
I don't even want to think about it. I don't want to think about it, dude. It's like I'm short, but man, look at like my back, man. Look at like my body's just I'm thick, but I'm thick boned, dude.
Obviously,
but it would definitely be a process, and you know, first things first, dude. Get through song, get through the dong, and do it that way.
Is that his nickname for this week?
Yeah, but the dong ain't long like Triple C. That's all I gotta say.
Obviously, Dominic Cruz pulled out and then eventually retired. And I just wanted to know, you know, you guys had your rivalry and you guys have kind of spit back and forth. But can you just talk about Dominic Cruz choosing to retire and then just his career overall?
Yeah, I mean that's his decision. He may go back and be like, hey, you know what? Maybe I want my last dance to be done correctly. You know. I don't think he really made those adjustments as a fighter to really understand his body more. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna give you guys an example. Khabib did a really good job of going through injuries and then adapting and then adjusting. How is it that he could get better? You know, a lot of fighters have gone through that, but I don't feel like Dominic really or ever found it. You know, whether it was rest, nutrition, overtraining, undertraining, whatever that may be. But other than that, dude, he brought a lot of attention to the lower weight classes. You know, his fight with Uriah Faber, his fight with Cody, his fight with all the alpha males. I mean, that's what really put, you know, the lightweights on the map. And then obviously my rivalry and his, you know, it's probably still not even over, dude. He probably still hates my guts as much as I hate his, you know. But I guess the only thing I can say is I'm glad I ain't fight him, because this would have really sucked, dude. And congratulations to him that he just retired.
And finally, one for me. I just wanted to know, like, over the decades, like, high-level wrestlers, for some reason, they always get injured, and like their UFC careers are kind of cut short just because they're dealing with injuries. For the most part, you've been healthy through your UFC journey, and you wrestled at the highest level, won a gold medal. How were you able to like escape all the injuries?
Honestly, I stretched a lot, man, since the beginning, since I was a kid. And I think that's what saved me from a lot of injuries. I've always been somebody that, as hard as I trained, I recovered quite a bit. And a lot of the injuries was just wear and tear, dude. Like, I remember blowing my shoulder out with Marias in that first round, and that was just from throwing so many jabs. from the time I started fighting, so many shots, you know. But I think the biggest thing is I've always took recovery to a point where people were like, really, you gonna take 2 days off? Like, yeah, man, I did enough. Like, my body needs to rest, and I gotta re-attack it and then re-break it again. Even when I was training for the Olympics. I'll let you guys in on one little thing, because I like your question. Even as a high schooler, I would work out so much, like during those 5 days, that typically when the coach would say, hey man, you guys do something on Saturday, I would take, and this was literally I was in high school, I would take Saturday and Sunday off, because I knew everything that I did throughout the week was just enough and just right, and for me to feel ready to re-break my body again on Monday. Crazy, right? Just, you know, having that belief and really recovering my body.
Henry right here. Henry, I saw you just had the partnership with Full Violence. I like the Short King branding. I gotta say, what made you want to lean into it a bit? I think sometimes Short Kings don't embrace it as much. What was it like? You know what? We're rolling with it.
Just, you know, one, I'm a troll. So people are going to try to troll my height. You know, you go with it. You know, I'm not going to be a Danny DeVito. You motherfucker, you motherfucker. I'm not going to do that, dude. I've never been like that. I've always been comfortable with who I am. And I think there's a lot of money to be made because of the Short Kings. And I've made a lot of it because of it.
You've been working with a new producer on your content, Mr. Dylan Rush. Can you just talk about the contributions?
Dilly Rush? Yeah.
Talk about the contributions he's made to your team.
Oh, he's an encyclopedia, man. You talk about somebody that knows his stats of MMA. That's Dylan. You know, Dylan is you know, he's an up and comer. I feel like whenever the time is ready, you know, he's gonna become his own boss. And I think I've always been somebody to allow people to fly, dude. And if I can do anything to help anybody, you know, become bigger, then that's what it is. Even as a, you know, as a persona, as a troll. You know, it's like truly like the bad guys are really the good guys, man. We create storylines, and I think he's, you know, it's all up to Dylan, man. How far he wants to take it. I think he's, you know, he talked about maybe working for the UFC, but I told him like, Dylan, you're bigger than that. You could, you know, you don't need to necessarily be. I think you're at that level where you could be your own boss and create your own content because he's super creative.
He's got a great future ahead of him. Final question. You kind of.
And my next question is how much money did you give?
He's the homie. He was a friend discount right there. Henry, final question. You kind of have this friendly rivalry with Kayla Harrison, both two Olympians. She's on deck potentially to fight for the title. If she gets that UFC belt, are you okay sharing the Triple C moniker?
There's only one, and that's Triple C, man. I think, and I'll do respect to Kayla. She's great, man. She's one of the greatest combat. If she does win this belt, she can go down as, you know, top 5. But man, there's nothing like winning a gold medal in wrestling, and I'll say that to anybody's face. Boxing, judo, anything, man. Like the people that I respect more than anything in this world, that I fanboy over, and I've been around Mike Tyson, I've been around all these dudes. I do not fanboy more than anybody when I meet Olympic champions in wrestling, man, in freestyle wrestling. I'm just like, and Khabib and all these guys, they're the same damn way. There's a level of respect that you have for Olympic wrestlers, and particularly Olympic champions in wrestling, that nothing else really comes close, dude.
Thank
you. Henry, you mentioned kind of the resurrection of the flyweight division. I'm just curious how you thought Pantoja has done. Are you insinuating maybe you haven't been impressed with him? Just what are your thoughts on him as a champion?
No, I love Pantoja, and that's another thing too, man. I spend New Year's, like I'm super close to Pantoja. You know, he's a great fighter, but I think sometimes you can create storylines because everybody's kind of dry at flyweight. Like there's no tussle. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like there's no storylines because him, like when I became champion, like it was my responsibility. It was my responsibility when I talked to Dana, they were gonna get rid of the division driving in his red Ferrari from the Apex. This is like, I think, Contender Series 1. I think Kevin Holland fought that in the Contender Series. And it was like, man, this is big mouth. Like, we were just talking about it. I remember driving back to him in a Ferrari, and he told me, in his Ferrari, he told me, he's like, hey, man, I just want to let you know that, you know, I'm going to grant you your decision, because after I beat Demetrius, I wanted to go up and become a double champ, because the whole storyline was Demetrius Johnson versus TJ Dillashaw. I'm like, no, I'm gonna beat this dude. And I kept saying it during fight week. This is back in UFC 227. I said, I'm gonna beat this dude, and I'm challenging the winner of Cody and TJ. So that's exactly what happened. So then when I was driving this car, I was like, hey, man, we're gonna grant you, but we're gonna get rid of the division. We're gonna get rid of it, like, completely. I remember my heart just sunk, dude. I'm like, yeah, but we're gonna grant you your opportunity. It just sunk. It just didn't feel right. So then I talked to Ali that day, and I'm just like, Ali, I don't feel right, dude. I don't feel right getting my shot, and then that's it. The flyweight division doesn't exist. Like, you erase all of Demetrius Johnson's accolades. You erase everybody who's ever done anything. And I said, let's bring him down. So TJ wanted to go down. He wanted to come down. I'm just like, no, let's give him what he wants. So beat him at 125. And then go up, and then go to 35, and then do it again. So happened to be he was on PEDs, which a lot of people say it's, you know, he was dehydrated. Dude, that dude was 150 when I fought him. He was bigger when we fought each other in New York than he was when he was weighing 135 pounds. And it was that secret juice, dude. You guys go back and look at the stats and look at how much he actually weighed. So then that's when the whole theatrics kind of came about. It's my job, it's my duty to save the division. And I love Demetrius, dude. He was so good that there was no storyline because there was no competition. But at the same time, he never really sold it. It was too much of, too much GSP without the accent. You know, so then I took it upon myself. I was like, you know what? I'm going to come out with this snake, slam it on the thing, come out with my gold medal, and just cause a bunch of fucking problems. And then that's how the King of Cringe kind of came about. Because then people started saying cringe, cringe, cringe, cringe. I was like, what the hell is cringe? That was a new word to me back in 2019 or 2018. 2019, yeah. So then that's how it started. So to get back to Pantoja, I think it's his responsibility now to promote the weight division. And I mean it, and I tell him that as a brother. It's his job to sell the fight, dude, to pick it. Maybe he needs to become the bad guy.
It's kind of crazy in hindsight, too, Henry, to look at, the opponents you fought in Dominic Cruz, Aljamain Sterling, and Merab in particular. So I'm curious, man, like, how do you rank them in terms of most challenging to fight, and then how do you rank them in terms of legacy and greatness?
Yeah, they're all the top, maybe the top 3, according to numbers. And I'd probably, because of how Merab did me, and the fact that he's beaten all the old and the new generation, and I think for me right now, I'd probably put him up top. From Aldo to Jan to Umar, myself. I mean, you got to respect that. Yeah, they're not title defenses, but he was able to kind of take a back seat for his brother. And I think that says a lot about their relationship and the fact that he's taking out all comers.
Best of luck.
But in combat sports, dude, that put me number 1. You know what I'm saying? You got to, man. Who else would you guys put up there? Is an Olympic gold medal, what's that worth in comparison to any other combat sport? It's a lifetime dream. The 2 UFC titles, that's just icing on the cake.
Speaking of Demetrius Johnson, he's a Seattle area guy, or Tacoma, whatever, but have you spoken to him at all in the lead up to this Seattle card? Has he given you any words of wisdom, anything?
Yeah, he sent me a message, I think it was a couple weeks ago. We just chit-chatted. But no, other than 2 weeks ago, he's just, hey, man, good luck, bro. I'll be cheering for you. So it's pretty cool that, rivals kind of become friends a little bit.
I'm sure he'll have a reaction video after the fight. He'll probably be going crazy for you.
Yeah.
As far as Song Yadong goes, do you think that standing and trading with him is a good path, or are you going to mix in that Olympic wrestling?
This is MMA. And I think one of the things that I do bring to the table is my ability to make adjustments. If I have to sit there and bang with them, let's go. I can go Mexican style too. Let's go. I've done it before. I've done it with Mariah's when I have to. One thing that I do know more than anybody is winning. Despite my last 2 losses, I know what it takes, and I know where I'm willing to take my body, and I know where I'm willing to go. And I think that's the difference in my experience of competition.
Thanks.
Anything else, Dylan? You have anything? Sean O'Methley? Sure, dude. After this fight, maybe we can do it, but I don't think he would want to, man. I think stylistically it's gonna be a problem for him. Thank you. Hey, you guys make sure to go to Full Violence and get the Short King shirt. I'm out!
Can we see the shirt again?
Thank you, guys.